But yeah, anyway, let's go to get started on As the Heavens Burn, after I have not so succinctly quickly looked up all of the main story quests, because... oh boy, today is going to be a riot. Let me see here, when is it? It's the 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, okay. It's the 7th quest for today. Okay. Fun. The quest that I dread the most is the 7th quest we're going to be doing today. Anyway, let's go ahead and move to As the Heavens Burn, which is the longest quest of today. Actually, surprisingly. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Well, yes. Then the knowledge was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of the blasphemies, but it is a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizé and Alphinaud have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amonis is one of the worst affected. Pancret, Estinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worthy celebration, but still a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Mistola and Master Matoya have been making a concentrated effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you, Klaus? As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. Oh boy, Kerbal Space Program is suddenly becoming important. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fornishold in Razathan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Therefore, to secure passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphinaud, Alizé, Estinia and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with. And now... the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fornishold. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Tribe. Please! You must help them. I indeed am kind of worried about how easy they just kind of brush the Warrior of Light aside. Like, oh, you learned a bunch of shit. Great! Let's talk about it later. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. I will also put the sound a bit louder. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Klaus. Like, it's a bit awkward how they're like, oh yeah, amazing, great, yay. Anyway. Speaking of anyway. Okay, yeah. Also, I would very much like to make a sad announcement. This stream is the last Final Fantasy stream without a dungeon or a trial in some form. I know, it's sad. Let us all remember the good times we had with streams with no dungeons or trials. Let us remember the pleasures of not having to run or having to deal with other people. Let us enjoy the silly moments that could be had in the main story as a result. Let us celebrate those small tiny moments where the main story just grinded to a halt for no real reason. Truly, so much will be lost now that we're going to have a dungeon or trial in every stream. Sorry about that. I don't know what overcame me. Now, to be fair, the joke was already in the work when I was doing other stuff, so I kind of had to. I kind of felt the need to make that one. Yeah, I think the apocalypse is happening here. Yeah, the game agrees with me. The weather is apocalypse. Cool. Cool. Let's talk with Lucia. Tribe. And not a moment too soon. The skies of Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. And as you will have learned, your fellow Scions are arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glaciers that the Forum ship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing to the Magna Glacier, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended to set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter the battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Ask your doctor if the apocalypse is good for you. Earlier on the Magna Glaciers.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same room we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Yes, Alphano is being a sassy boy right now.
As you wish, my little lord.
So yeah, get ready for the final, very long sequence of the game. I don't think they ever do. Okay, oh, hang on. Oh, wait, hang on. We have Cure. And, okay, oh no, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to play Sage. I think it was indeed during his position by Nidhogg that he did it, but I haven't gone through Heavensward in a very long time. Okay, so I assume that 5... There you go. I have no idea what buttons I'm pressing. Also, I've gotten used to the buttons on my main. Let me see, what is this? This is unexpected damage over time. Okay, that's all I need to know. Oh boy.
Those who can stand, come with me.
I also like it that you are basically given a damage over time buff. But you don't really need it at the moment. I'm assuming there will be a much bigger enemy that's going to require it. Disco Elysium 2 is AoE, 3 is a bigger heal, 4 is a big heal with cooldown, 5 is your DPS, spam 6 is... thank you! I don't even play healers on my main. Like, my highest healer is like Scholar, and that's because I was leveling Summoner.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
So I'll be honest. For me, I have heal anxiety. If I'm perfectly honest.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
2 and 3. That's restore of all nearby AoE, and 3 is oh, also a barrier. Okay, so hang on. So 3, I believe. Okay, so now, hang on. Yeah, I'm so used to my buttons now being different that it's taking me a hot second to change back into here. God damn it, we're turning it. Yeah, there we go. I do like the fact that you're at the very least forced to hear, that you're basically forced to take on all different. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the very least forced to take on all different glasses. Oh shit! Yeah, that's the wrong button. Okay, just gonna do click a wheel. So 4 is basically my oh fuck button. Gotcha. Go to some healing. Yeah, I can see how you got sick of them, but at the same time, they're at the very least different from normal attacks. But they're also deeply annoying to deal with. Ah, scheiße. Yeah, that is very true that they're using the mechanic to death. I would have liked to see it more like just as a, you know, like that it's just like sprinkled in. But I can see how you can very easily get very sick of them. Well, so far Stinian isn't dead yet, so that's a good thing. I personally don't mind them as much, but I can definitely see how they can become annoying very quickly.
Hard, but not hard enough.
Oh, hang on. Here, and there we go. That's the idolizer, which I believe is the checkpoint for this fight. Yeah, there we go.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Ooh.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
I mean, to be fair, Primal Odin was a thing, or Lunar Odin, I believe. So, but I believe that was the first time of the expansion.
Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once.
I have no idea, Klaus. I couldn't be able to tell you why.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
I mean, I think the expansion has been using all the music that they can get away with in general, irrespective of the expansion. Which is a cool thing, I should mention. It's like, really does make it feel like the finale of something.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
I also like that Foniko is only now realizing the seriousness of the situation.
Withdrawal might be in order.
I have actually, Klaus. I did on day one.
Sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
Oh, pay music. All the music
So
in the
long
new
as
raids
you
is right.
spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go.
I mean, all of Pandemonium's music is of a riot, to be honest. But yeah, what I especially like about this is the fact that only now Vonishalt is realizing just how serious the entire situation is. Okay, hang on. We have Blur Flare combo, Scorch combo, Crimson Savior, Contra Sixth. That's a Cure and that's an Embolden. Okay, let's start with Embolden. And then let's go for this. There we go. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Ultima I'm not certain, but I know that Ninder, Thunderer, and Shadow Withdrawal are all in there, yes. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm sure I will learn as I go along. Which makes this additionally awkward is that this is the only class that I've never bothered to play at all in the game. Like, I have it unlocked, but that's about all that I have. But I think that this is my AoE. Yes. But I will say, like, the first time I had the secrets, I kind of felt a bit off. Because it was like, wow, all of a sudden we're throwing in here. But obviously this is meant to show how the attitude of you know, worst dad in the universe changes. Scream is fantastic. I really should at some point start using that music. But like I said, like there's no bad music in Pandemonium at all. You what, mate? I mean, thank you, I guess.
I'm fine.
I'm gonna be a cure mage. Oh, that's not actually. Oh, I mean the P5 is amazing as like an introductory fight to Abyssals. Like it. But so I haven't checked this yet, and I don't really want to say what I'm talking about without spoiler because it would be spoilers. But, so an event happens after Abyssals. Like, can you actually go to the place that you go to in the story and, like, see Abyssals there? Or is it, like, just a cutscene and now we're not going to be seeing it again until... Why am I not using Scourge? Because the Scourge combo is currently on cooldown. you specifically split and skipping it out of early. I don't know what to tell you, to be perfectly honest. I'll be honest, I'm not even sure what I'm doing right now. I'm just pressing buttons.
I'm not done yet.
More so than any other class, I don't know how to red mage. It is genuinely it really is the only class where I'm just... I have no idea what I'm doing.
Not to worry about.
I mean, if you're willing to go ham on me, then by all means do so. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, no.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
Also, I mean, it's also sad that you got kicked out of your FC, dude. Like, and if you're ready to go ham, like, go ham on me. Like, scream as much as you need in the void, dude. I'm here for you to listen. I mean, like, the thing is, I'm a tank. Going down, spam 2 until the glowing hit 3 sticks whenever they're lit up. There. Although 3 is the AoE combo, I believe. Oh, yes. Finally, I can be the limit break stealer. Yes, finally I can steal the limit break instead of LSA.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Very true, Clarus. But for once, I could decide to steal it instead of the AI.
Our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh, more good. More angry boys. Yes, just what I need. Also, trailer time.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Oh boy, now Gra has moved from fanboy to angry fanboy. Oh no.
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Yeah, Graha is really angry. Is a very angry kitty right now. Also, slow hero walk, of course.
Oh.
Yes, I'm the angriest boy to have ever angried. Yes, let's go for the third option. classy way of light over here.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
I'm actually reminded of a story about the American Civil War, where at the start of the Civil War, during the first battle, a person was basically forced to flee their house. And then at the end of the Civil War, they were forced to once again flee their house. And then in order to end the Civil War, their house was used in order to sign the treaty that ended the Civil War. And this entire section kind of feels like that one poor person smashed out into an entire civilization.
Just the beginning.
No, I'm a paladin on my alt. So I've always been a paladin on the stream alt. But don't worry, I'm still a Dark Knight in my heart, but I just couldn't be bothered to level 20 levels to unlock it. I think that dragon got crushed by a meatball, yes. But yeah, I didn't want to be bothered to level 20 levels in order to get my immersion going. I mean, to be fair, in 6.2, like, an angry enemy also gets eaten alive. There we go. Some of the things that that are leftovers from my raiding days is always to take the most risk possible. Alphino, Alphino, worst possible place for you to stand in. That Alphino. That is very true. Very, very true. I mean, to be fair, you're not going to get a better introduction than just eating the what was already a very angry boss. So, you know, like, gotta give fucking props for style when they do that. Like, I'll be honest, if Golbez doesn't enter the arena in the same way, then my boy, there's going to be points taken away, because, you know, what better way to show that you're a very angry boy than just stepping on the already very angry boy?
I'm in your debt.
You know, like... Oh, that's actually something I've never noticed before. Oh god, this is a mistake. Oh, hang on. Hold on, it happens.
Where were we?
I did never actually notice that, Klaus. That's actually a really nice way to foreshadow that. That's actually a really cool detail. It's stuff like that that makes me have such an awkward love-hate relationship with the game, because stuff like that is so cool, and then you have the community. And it all of a sudden all drops down 5 levels again. Like, that shit is so cool to know about. It seems that the servers are being a bit overloaded today. Although, to be fair, we are streaming during America's... Oh, yeah, absolutely, Klaus. It's almost... I believe the implication is that the Warrior of Light knows he's the final boss, which I'm not certain how to feel about that as well. Like, that would add precognition into the mix as well.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Oh yes, absolutely, Klaus.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
So the basic timeline of events... one second, I will talk about it after the cutscene.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
So basically, they first wanted to use the teleporter in Garlemald to the moon.
Destination.
And then this happened, so they now have to go to Garlemald.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Why does it feel like it's not a mistake that he looks like the merchant that you see at the start of the game and at the start of Shadowbringers? Also, hi, worst fanboy. I hate you as a character and as a concept.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seemed sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
I'm sorry, I had to be quiet with that because that just feels so good to hear.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
I'm not certain if that lighting is like meant to happen there, but wow, that was cool. And foreshadowing? Maybe? Not certain.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Apologies with that. But yeah, like, I kind of felt the need to be silent during that cutscene because... Oh, hang on, I need to quickly clean my glasses in the meantime. Because, I'll be honest, I have an immense hatred for Xenos. Like, not necessarily as a character, but more in how he's been used throughout the game. And to finally have a character say some of the things that I've been wanting to scream at him ever since his reawakening. Just, yeah. It's definitely, for me, the most satisfying cutscene. Also some interesting foreshadowing in there. But yeah, like, I've never been happy with the fact that they used Xenos after his death in Stormblood. Like, I've always very much been in the camp that Xenos should have died and stayed dead. Even if the majority of the community seems to disagree with me there. So it was very satisfying to at the very least hear character finally say all of the things that should have long since been said. But yeah. To see Xenos standing over me, someone caring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about that. It's good to see you again. Hello, can we finally start talking about me knowing the reason the world is ending?
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur.
Also known as Worst Dad.
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
Oh, you! Of course we're going to. That's the entire stick.
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, now you're interested. you know, I just know the entire reason this whole thing debacle is happening. But no, let's just wait until... Don't.
Did you hear something just now?
Oh god, no. No, 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 no. No. I'm not dealing with them today.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't
Well-
you cold?
Welcome to the Annoyance part of today's stream.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Atheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Uriange's inferior works no more.
Oh god.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
You can already hear him think, God damn it, that's what I've been communicating
As you
with.
have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
This is why I'm so happy that I'm a man, Quarles. I don't have to deal with sizing problems.
But I followed my heart.
The only sizing issues I have is European versus Japanese. Ah, yes. Alarm. Made height disciplines banished the darkest of nights. I don't know where my Irish. There we go. There we go. Uriange. There we go. Made height disciplines banish in this darkest of nights. There we go. There's my Irish accent once more for when Uriange decides to show up.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Why? But more, I'd say that's like Uriange's punishment.
I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
For I feel it would be a perfectly fine punishment for all the scheming he's done over the years. Also, like I said, Klaus, I'm very happy that I only have to deal with the question of if it's European or Japanese sides. Although, sizes. Although, even then, I'm like, ah yeah, like, Japanese is like too smaller than European. And yeah, like, I don't know how women do it either. Like, I have no clue, and it is an utter mystery to me, to be perfectly honest. Like, if only I knew, yeah. I'm just really happy that I don't have to deal with it. I dare say Master Fortuner was a nonplussed, as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's Lunar custodians, as he will soon discover they have much more to offer to the Forum. Might I suggest that we return to the Annex Fort with? We may yet have the time to discuss the recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Yeah, like I'm always I'm always an XL because I use European sizes, so it's like I'm always like an XL. I mean, the fact I make him Irish because that's just kind of... Okay, so the Irish thing basically came along because I was trying to obviously talk Uriange's line, and it kind of naturally moved into an Irish accent. And ever since then, Uriange has been Irish in my streams. It's just that it's been so many streams since Uriange was a part of it that I needed to kind of get back into my Irish accent. You know, because Uriange is the only person that makes me just spontaneously move to Irish. And I can't tell you why. Although I feel there's a bit of Swedish involved as well today. Can't tell you, it's quite a mystery. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this real fast. So yeah, like the Irish accent kind of came as a result of that's just kind of how I start talking whenever I try to, you know, do his voice. So it's since become a tradition that Uriange is Irish. And now I'm kind of hoping that someone at some point actually makes him Irish, like with a little green hat and the leprechauns. Let's not actually. Oh god. Besides, I like to think it adds a bit of flair to the entire proceedings. Like, you immediately know when Urianger is speaking because he's Irish. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I, Fee, in extolling the virtues of affairs I did inadvertently awaken the Loperids the desire to avert our beloved stars the mass. Kara tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Well, you know, just a whole different universe. I'm now a time traveler. Again. I do hope you like the Irish accent, though. Yeah, I believe like in pants I'm like a 44 slim. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nintendo's theory. Were an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its powers might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon, yes. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a singular purpose, the destruction of Etheirus. Then our foe is no longer some unknown calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world on the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vernal, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Venatium and Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Etheirus, not stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? Nah, not really, but Meteon is still out there. Aye, though not for a lack of trying on Heidelin's part. Sure, that's why she used me as a conduit for her will and provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grandfather's Paradox. For mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Well, naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Well, I've been known to make rockets in my free time. Can't necessarily, they don't necessarily reach space, but I make rockets. Then communicate with yada yada. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Aaronvolt and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other means of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to him. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is requested in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Their father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. And yes, these first 2 quests do take about roughly 2 hours. This isn't, I should mention, this is not normal. No, these 88 quests are not going to be taking 10 hours. That would be insane even for the game. And also a surprising, like, you know, reversal of normal, where the 8th level is always the weakest of the story, because oh, I remember the times back in Heavensward when the 85 quest only had 4 quests attached to it. That was a fun little wall to hit. Yeah, that was a fun wall. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to viewers. Meanwhile, I can just casually walk in, I feel. A sign of the 7th Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corner. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the conditions that you leave your ornaments at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. It seems they've learned from the question of, you use arguments, I use bullets, let's see which one of us survives. Also, I know that the chat is currently not being used, but yeah, sue me. Wow! The rostra sure looks in session. Oh, wait, hang on. It sure looks busy right now. Truly. Only the most busy rostra that I've ever seen. In order to accommodate the 99 members of the forum, the seating in the assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Views from above on is reminded of the symbol emblazoned upon the Shalian flag, the Nautilus, shell that keeps the water of knowledge. Yeah, I hope you can find a skirt that's to your liking, dude.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, We will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Oi, Monty Python, zip it.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
I would have loved it if they had managed to grab the dude that did like the honor stuff in the British Parliament during the Brexit debates. And then we would have had him voice act this part, because that would have been amazing, to be perfectly honest. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Heidelin and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem with the Aether Burner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. We are 90 minutes in and we're only at the third quest. Yeah, there is a bit of a pacing problem in Endwalker. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Yeah, as you might imagine, there is just the teeniest, tiniest, eeny, weeny, whiny, eety, weety, beetle problem with the pacing in Endwalker, because it has now. Those two quests took us 1.5 hours. Which is a bit insane. And there isn't even a dungeon or trial involved. Anyway, for the first time since the start of Endwalker, are we back in the in Labyrinthos? Right as it's night. Huh. Did I actually grab all the ether cones for this place? No, I grabbed exactly one of them. Ooh. Yeah, I'll be doing that off stream. I can already tell you right now, I'll be grabbing the ether currents off stream for next week. Because this stream is long enough, is going to be long enough as is. Oh boy. Hopefully though, we have one more very long cutscene to go before we move back into the 20 minutes for each quest thing. Because I don't think I can take it if every quest is from now on going to be 45 fucking minutes long. That might just very well be the end of me, to be perfectly honest. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step in aside and have person take you to the medial circuit. There we go, we finally have access to the lift. I have sent you your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... never mind. I can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Yes, let us. Which reminds me... Oh yeah, we need to go over there. Gotcha. Finally, we are allowed into the part that we were not allowed into yet. Before this point. It's also so weird, like we haven't been in here since like the very first stream of Endwalker. It must have been multiple months. To be honest, I don't even really come here anyway, not even like on my main. And yet, for some reason, I can still remember every teeny tiny little detail of it. I wonder why. Well, those are the grapes. Unfortunately, no longer as they should be. Still, such an immense shame. Though we do still have the wonky potatoes and the wonky pumpkins, though. That at the very least is a little thing that we can say is ours. At the very least, we're now allowed access, and that's a good thing. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric and conditions of labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapors, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. Still worse dead. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world to grow inert to the wanderers. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperids in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Eferis, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It's also a testing ground for technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperids have endeavored to make the moon habitable, that is not a final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none to thrive for Elder's Bone. Lol. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to set restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. But the very least it was short this time around. Also, Klaus, I kinda curious as to how you managed to somehow put your search results on Etsy to BDSM gear. By decree of the Forum, the Science of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Let's go! Yay! New place! Ooh. Also, fun fact, it is... Oh, hang on. It is an actual circuit. In case it wasn't quite clear yet. Like, it's not just named that way because of haha. Now we have a cool name. No, it is an actual circuit. The Eva burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dan Cole, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Yoink. To the north. Ooh. Oh, I believe that's the middle. I wonder what could be hiding in the middle. There we go, we are at Kokol's Forge. Doesn't look like a forge to me personally, but hey, to each their own, I guess.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Kokol, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
No, we've been saving the world while you've been worrying.
There are archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
What's that probably in that sentence?
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperids?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You trying to drive me mad?
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalaman's construction and launch.
Well, let's use real elegance for the teeny tiny toy boat.
Oh, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through.
I'm
a living soul that knows how to make it though.
I'm going to start calling it teeny tiny toy boat from now
We
on.
were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
I think they have been like the rest of the Crystal Tower in that they've been forgotten.
We tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
They've been forgotten. Left to wonder.
Calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
You mean the bits we've been fighting ourselves
To the
through?
gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Wait, didn't they go through an internment hulk in the...
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
See? She remembered. Yeah. You want me to go and fetch the what's-it? Spoken like a true thing.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously...
I believe I fully cleared
Thancred, is the link shall we
coil, but I'm not
established
certain.
before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
This is the part where we acknowledge my laziness in doing all of the side content on my old character. Because I forgot to do most of the side content.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
We need to re-see this cutscene on my main, actually, to see if there are any differences.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
I mean, Alfie ain't taking no prisoners this
Understood.
mission.
I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
I mean, the Crystal Tower, probably. I can jump into the first real fast if you need to.
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether.
So,
extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
So let me just call my little sapling. I'm sure she will be lovely to help out. Like, we have an entire first!
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all.
We have an entire first!
Are there
With
other
the Crystal
ways
Tower!
we know for aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
It's almost as if saving the world makes you net you some nice friends.
If you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal.
Yeah, we know.
Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
This is where we acknowledge that I've been lazy on this character. So there will be... Now we are entering the realm of changes in cutscenes that we will not be seeing, because I was lazy. Which for me actually means I'll be seeing them for the first time, because I did everything on my main when I could. Turns out that playing the games is 3.05 gives you a lot of things you've done by accident. It's times like these we are reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who would have thought that he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? And yeah, I kind of want to say, like, this song especially has, or the song that was just playing, just, it hits differently, especially after you finished Endwalker. Like, it is such a nice song. I'll just, yeah, Christ. I hope you're happy though, because we're going to be hearing it a lot over the coming hours. As we're expecting a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best to return to the service and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and where might that be? That's for me to know and for you to find out. And on that note, I'll leave matters to your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah. Oh, it's Bahamut's theme. It's the Coil's theme.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Theurgeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way.
If you see any snakes, then oopsie, we forgot to kill them.
I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
Can we please kill that character at some point in 7.0? Just for my sanity.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
It took me a very long time to realize that she meant that she was like the 17th Sultan and not like there's 70 people before her that are going to become Sultan first. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Like, say, an entire character arc.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, in Quarters.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Dragon just saying hello. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Yes, could you tell us the ocean codes to the Northern Atlantic, please? Yeah, get ready for this song, because we're going to be hearing it for the rest of this stream, ladies and gentlemen! Yay! Anyway, let's move on to No Job Too Small. As per usual, we're taking a break once we have 5 quests in, which could very well be another hour at the stage we're going at. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Coco knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a report, why not we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantine. Original song is based on called The Tone from the Heavens, which is a reference to Delamund getting pulled from the sky. As far as I know, it was never used. It was oh, really? That's actually cool. Also a shame that this entire section is going to absolutely make me hate this song. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers. If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ha! That lot needs all the help they can get. Thank you. Well then, off we go! Yay! So, allow me to say, right, this is a shittier version of the Shadowbringers of the Shadowbringers end sprint. First up, in Shadowbringers, it was unexpected. It had never been done before. Second, the song was better. Third, and this is an important one, we had a frame of reference as to what it is that we were doing. In Shadowbringers, the Mount Ghoul was always staring at us at every moment. It was always there. We were always well aware of the fact that it was happening, that we could literally see the progress. In Endwalker, what are we even doing right now? This music is being played while we're killing time. Which, as far as reasons to put this music in go, is a bit sad. I get that they're trying to go for the Shadowbringers thing with Mount Ghoul, but it worked because Mount Ghoul was a very clear, substantive goal where before we even started, already knew what we were going to do. Here, they quite literally just told us that it's either this or twiddling our thumbs. Like that, you don't need the epic music for that. Pardon me. First things first. No! Damn it. Would have hoped that I could have. Never mind. But yeah, so I'm not a fan of the fact that they're constantly using this music because it becomes really grating, as the music is also a much shorter loop compared to Shadowbringers. Also, we are 3 quests away from the worst quest in the game. Unfortunately. Boy howdy, do I have a rant prepared for that. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration scholar Monty Shea mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Okay. Added the final fight at Riven Road against Neil van Dernus. Was removed to include Delamund's faster first raid, which would have included 3 wings, the Battle of Curtino, Delamund's Breach, and finally the Ragnarok, which would have included the final fight against Valmont. This Fat Fantasy Room. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Like, I don't know much about 1.0 apart from, like, you know, the stuff that most people have seen. So that is, like, actually really fun to know about, get to know about. So yeah, yep. Nope, yep, okay. There we go. Gather information at the Charlie Hamlet. Hang on. Oh, well, I have the wrong quest. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, that's because I'm constantly... Ah, damn it. There we go. I also have the wiki open, and normally I don't have that. I normally don't have the wiki open for this stuff, but there's, like I said, there's one specific quest where I'm going to be wanting this. I mean, to be fair, my theory on this, in that case, is that the it was probably meant to be that you know, stop the calamity and that the calamity from happening, and that like the calamity itself, and that what we basically got was the failed version. Like, oh no, you failed to stop the moon, but in reality, the moon was always going to fall. I think that that's kind of how it in the end went. I don't know, to be honest. All I know is this stuff happened. Yeah. I'm just gathering information here. This is just some busy work. Also, now that I think about it, I believe this is actually the tutorial for that one quest later on. Us stopping the calamity was... How would that work, actually? How would us stopping the calamity be the bad end? And there we go. This is so far the shortest quest we've had this game. This entire stream. Like, this is only a... Outside, there's going to be a long cutscene, isn't there? Fancy meeting you here, Tribe. Oh, God. No! No, I don't need to deal with you. Our friends in the forum brought us here to see their teeny tiny toy boat. Which was quite impressive, considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Paris itself, though. Though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. And yes, I will do it in the sing-song manner. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do. Until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be... No! No, it would not be fun. It would not be fun to show the rabbits around. Oh god. Anyway, after this quest for halfway. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway Boros, it would be in our best interest to have the Loperites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by the Shalian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead the venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to... No! You are... No! Urianger! Back here! Get back here! You are not getting out of this one! I will kill you personally once we're done. Unrestricted lines start to pick up pieces. That actually, I can actually see that how... Yeah, I can see how that becomes a bad end, Clovis. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Ah yes! Its most important, search the apparatus for potential points of interest. You may move the cameras while zoom in and out. Try to target an area and inspect with mouse. Let's first go for the Easter egg. I know that he's up here somewhere. I know you're here somewhere, buddy. There we go! Oh, look who it is! It's the adventurous Ambystoma! You spot an Ambystoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was proved for life in the wider world. Somehow. Oh, he's so cute! Anyway, let's deal with the mushroom-like thing. This looks like the trees in Greatest Endsville. Hold on, that's a bit strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Okay, now the tanks. There we go. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those things? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying the water drowned from up from below. And the metallic too. Is that water I hear from inside that giant great big tube? It must be because of those cocks and gigantic wheel at the top. Ah, I see! That's how they drop the water! There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside too. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some sort of other mechanism, is purified here and stored in the tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it in even the harshest of environments. For Slopperits, that is. Yeah, you are absolutely right about the clouds, probably. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that the people of affairs sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Yeah, many settlements in Fenelon are built. I refuse to acknowledge the existence of Garabania. That's how much I hate Stormblood. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. You can provide enough water to keep them from drying completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Well, we just put our mouths out and drink it. Master Alphonse spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey to Locuston Alpha, did he not? Mayhaps Loperitz will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Ah, yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. Urielze, they're your job now. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlie and Heimlet. I shall lead them. Yes, keep them busy. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? Yes, please, go ahead and die there. A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with the big nasty teeth lurking beside the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians? I dare to think what would have... Poor custodians. Regrettably, to many hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loperitz may appear to be a potential and a rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Locuston Alpha? No. For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. No. Why are you saying yes to this? A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. The thing is, I've been playing Final Fantasy IV, slowly, so I kind of am aware of the existence of these creatures there, but it still doesn't make me like them. If it's all the same to you, yada yada. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction, what's it? I mean, it would be, like, if you enjoy writing, then I don't see why you wouldn't. Klaus. Like, sounds like a fun little activity. Doesn't if it since the colors were less good emoji. That's very true at the same time, considering the fact that it's technically, you know, the Guardians are technically just, were just inside, the fact that the Guardians' entire existence was to create the Calamity. They might have still made sure that the Amalje would make sure that Ifrit would have been taken. Like, we cannot quite know that simply because you know, Zodiac, the First, all of that stuff. Which kind of makes me wonder, like, what exactly, which star we saved by stopping the Calamity over on our end. Because the first, like, was going to be Black Rose, so I'm wondering which Calamity we saved by, or which Calamity was stopped by us dealing with Ultima weapon. Ah, in that case, okay. Good to know. Thank you so much. No, really. Oh no, you were eaten. How sad. I really hope this water extraction, what's it, is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Talimentus Narvel's out. Ooh. It's still weird that at some point Emmett Selks went like, hang on, I still have a weapon lying around from my other time. Huh, maybe I should use it at some point. My friends, I bet you welcome to Lokeston, Oliver. Spirits always been stubborn. Oh, okay, then I misjudged that back in 2.0. Our destination dot lies at the lift stop. Pray, follow me. Black Rose was always the... Okay, so it can be assumed that in this alternative world, after Garlemald wins everything, that they would have just used Black Rose on their own citizens, I guess? Although I think, didn't MSL say that like his dying, no matter what, would have always kicked off the start of the next calamity? And that like, irrespective of if Garlemald had taken over the world, that, you know, the civil war was always meant to happen after his death? Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. A perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The next this knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky to have Eferus just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. But did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Anyway, we are 5 quests in. So before we continue, I'm taking a short break. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. So we're going on a short break. And I'm also going to be playing 1 minute of ads at some point in those 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll be right back. But, like, I need to go to the toilet real fast. So we're technically still on break, but I'm gotten myself some food. So a vanilla donut, which is the first time I'm trying this. So yeah, I hope everyone is doing well today. Also, thanks for the shout out on Twitter, Harkin. I appreciate it. I know you're not here at the moment, but still I appreciate it. Gotta admit, like, donuts aren't really a thing we normally eat in the Netherlands. I mean, so this is like my first time in a long time that I've had one. I've forgotten how dense they are. But they were like 50 cents. So I figured I might as well grab one. So yeah. As for tonight, I got myself some vegetarian dinner ready. Also, Klaus, that's actually really interesting that you say all that. Like, that's a really nice alternative history idea that you have there. Like, you know, like, if since you enjoy writing, like, you might actually want to write a scenario where indeed, like, 1.0 never ended. I feel like that would make for a great little alternative history story. Whoa, these donuts are dense. Like, whoa. Let me see. Now I think we have like one more big cutscene. Like, I think like level 88 is very like top heavy in regards to its story and cutscenes. So yeah, there we go. I'm back. Hey. We are one quest away from the worst quest in the game. There we go. Oh, damn it. Ooh. Let's move into agriculture shop. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisions factories. Facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merialda's Agronomics. As I imagine, Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would thus so be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarians. Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I will be able to see first-hand some of the delicacies Oriange was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention affairs will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while I'm still there. That is, brook no further delay. I hope you're okay, Klaus. Like, you missed me trying to eat a very dense donut. Like, and you know, like if you think that it's sad that you missed that, then that's all up to you. Donuts are dense. Like, I'm not certain how you Americans came up with them, but whoa. Also, hang on. Look! Shh, look! It's hiding. We cannot see it. I also said, Klaus, that, you know, like, based on everything that I'm saying, that you've said in chat today, like, it might be fun for you to write an alternative history story where 1.0 never ended. But yeah, this is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever is in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Cooking Way will now accompany you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave Cooking Way behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with him and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Cooking Way accompany you, you return to speak with him at the original location. I really am trying to go for that very fast, like, I'm really trying to go for with those for like that thing that apparently happens in American commercials where they try to sell you medicine and then they very quickly move to all the side effects. Like, that is so alien to me that it's almost funny. Ah, what a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. Yes, I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. You've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there first. First on the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will be our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how careful it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Not quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? Good question. I'm so happy that they changed this. My poor grapes! I will throw from issue. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. I think we've made Cooking Way drunk. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though perhaps in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? Yeah, I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. We're all alcoholics in this world. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about the grapes for the time being. On to the next street. See. Remember to us then? Ooh. I wasn't aware of that. Where's the next one? Ooh, please do tell me more, Klaus. Orange by name, orange by nature. I will be honest, in real life, I hate oranges. I don't know why, I just cannot get the taste of them. I genuinely don't know why I hate oranges personally, but it's just... What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's Equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriantia about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. And each individual with their own personal preference. Now I see why all turn your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are still in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Just from the shadows everything on the website about Laura Brea creating proto-ifrit and it escaped and made its home in a volcano. And made the volcano erupt and Azam was like, oh fuck no, my favorite grapes! And dove into the volcano to beat up Ifrit and stuff. You know what? I can absolutely see Azam do that. Also, fun fact, oranges in Dutch are a literal translation of the Dutch name of oranges is China's apples. In that they were apples from China back in the 16th and 17th century. Which then got bastardized to what we nowadays have, which is Sina's apples. Which, if you listen very closely, you might hear some of the China's apples still in there. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Yeah, precisely. Like, oranges are basically all... I think it's so interesting how different languages have, like... Oh, they still called that in Dutch. Klaus. They're still called earth apples in Dutch. And I believe in German as well. Blah, it's so hard and flavorless. I might as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as good carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients so we may save meat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about a yellow fruit over yon? Mistakes are about to be made. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, I'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into... Oh no! Bad ideas are about to happen here. Hang on. Since Kersha actually made something regarding this. If you go to Media and Art, you will actually find that Kersha has made a replica of this exact scene. My tongue? Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of samplings. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Fun fact, actually, so lemon and citrons are basically the exact same on like a DNA on a molecular level. They're just twisted. Like the DNA and like the molecules of a citrus are the exact mirror opposite of the molecules of a lemon. Which is why you get that. Which is why they look so similar and yet are so fundamentally different to one another. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I've learned the hard way they're not meant to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth. In more ways than one, so I give you this lemon muffin I baked. If that doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss for me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof. It's so sick, but more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its foul bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. Comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes there can even be the difference between life and death. Oh yeah, that's my headcanon as well with my own character. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving. What will be consigned to history? Hard choices. But make them we must if we are to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loperids, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eosian, but what in the sevens of hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking away at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try out my carrots. I've been growing all different sorts of different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of our various species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, that has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianji and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Yes, let's. Oh, we had such a nice moment of not having to deal with the music. And before anyone is worried, I'll be getting the ether rights or the ether currents off stream before next week on Saturday. Don't worry about that. I mean, Klaus, I'm sincerely hoping that you'll feel better soon. At the very least, you now have a date for when you have your surgery, and I feel like that is you finally know when the nightmare will be over. And I feel like that in and of itself is worth a whole lot. What do you mean you don't? Oh, hang on. Whoa, hang on. I must have missed something here. What do you mean? I thought the November was like when you were getting your surgery. That was... Oh, hang on. Let's hide chat again. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famous for their cuisine? Oh, November's scheduled. Oh yeah, because it might be earlier or later depending on a bunch of different things. Yeah, Limsa Lominsa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of affairs, the more I would wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelин's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. That's the sound of a siren. Let's just do it. Trap. First term at Muriel Agronomics that bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We were now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guest's relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them. And us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loperate there. Should further questions be within my power to answer arise. I apologize for the sudden siren, but I don't know how else to explain how I feel about this quest. Welcome to Sage Council. This quest took me 30 minutes the first time I did this. And not because there are many cutscenes involved. One could make a good argument for this being the worst quest in the game. And I'll show you why once we get to that point. Yes, Tribe, that was indeed me verbalizing a sign to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for affairs at Lockiston Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so lively. Oh, you forest like that? Ah, yes. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. Oh, I see. With the stars so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you were reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. To be fair, you didn't have the best people to learn from. Not at all. Their works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Hello. Hello, Thankrat. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the Forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our godly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not certain that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed some moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of help helping Paul. Perhaps you might start with him. This is as good a place as any. Come. We have here the worst part of any quest after this little tidbit. Because we're going to need to find 8 people that are in this place with a bunch of people in there that we do not need to talk to. Thereby making this the worst quest in the game. Oh, can I help you? It is you who will help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of your troubles. Those little fellas do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that's built with peerless elegant technology, is all true, but... I know that none of that is a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? If it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out! Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and how dost thou hold the power to allay his fears? Oh, I'm not so sure about that, but well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a special temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one big cosmos rather than separate places. Ah, yes. If only Newton was here to help us. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Frankfurt's tale is true, if still others would benefit from insight born of your knowledge. Might I prevail upon the Loperites to attend them? No, please. An excellent idea if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more to than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Ferris and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and oh no, what happened to my nice and lovely Irish accent? Pray seek the help of the distressed and the apprehensive and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperate. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperate and every Loperate in their place. Wow, my accents are starting to switch around a lot. Normally this is the point where I would play Benny Hill, but unfortunately that's copyrighted. Let's just start doing this, shall we? 8 of them need to be found, and there are many false positives in there. First step. Make sure there's nobody that's on the outside. Okay, there's nobody on the outside. Let's just start on the outside and then slowly work our way in. I feel like that's the best way to do this. This is by many considered, as you can see, the worst quest in the game for what I now should feel are obvious reasons. Because those researchers are hiding literally everywhere. Yeah, come on. I mean, odds are we're going to hit the 5-hour mark anyway, but it's probably going to be because of this little piece of... Anyway, I've complained enough about this quest. In the meantime, while we are doing this, if anyone... I'm wondering if there's a point of conversation we could be talking about in the meantime. I'm kind of trying to think about what I could be talking about. Like, I will say this, I did have a conversation with Kershaw last night about capitalism and like when it actually started, but I don't think that this is the right stream for a topic like that. You know, that's more of a Sunday sessions kind of topic. Is there anyone over here? No? Okay. We're going to slowly work our way inward. Hang on, 25k channel points. Oh no! Hang on, let me actually do something here. I should mention we have already been in this quest for 2 minutes, and I've started counting from 17:16 for this specific part of the quest. So we're keeping the local time. So like 17:16 is when we started. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, there's no one over here. Okay. Have we checked everything around here? We have. I did see someone right there, but I kind of first want to make sure that we've checked everywhere over here. There we go. I also just like how the quest says, Disco Glimmer is doing better than you. I'm like, yeah, no shit, buddy. those of you on YouTube, I've put in a prediction for how long this quest will take. And we're talking about specifically this part of Sage Council. Also, Klaus, you're halfway through forcing me into a tracksuit stream, so you know, it's going to take a while for you to get there. Oh god, only sleep can save him. No, I failed, and I feel like sleeping might not even save him at this point. Okay, I believe there's still more to go. I know there's one right there. I can't go into this house. They might have changed it so that like you can't go into houses anymore. Which would quite honestly be really nice. There's an ancient engineer right there. Where is the last one in that case? I mean, I'm assuming that this is like one of them that we need. Okay, so there's one more hiding somewhere. I mean, I'll be honest, I've said that many a time before, Klaus. I have said that many a time before. Okay, hang on. We can go into houses. What are the odds that one of them is not inside of a house? Come on. We can do this. What are the odds that one of them is not inside of a house? Why is there one house open? If the house is pointless, why do you have that one house open? There we go. That's it. That's it. Also, what did you actually get for lunch? Kind of curious. Oh, never mind. That's why it's here. Apparently not. Anyway, first things first. The prediction outcome is 5 to 10 minutes. Let's choose the outcome. Complete the prediction. Yes. Well done. So 1-to-1. Well, anyway, at the very least, you managed to go ahead and get yourself a prediction going. There we go. Oh, nice. Behold, tribe. Through thine efforts, word has spread throughout Lampyrinthos. Verily, to a greater number than we had anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loperites as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skill. That new bond of friendship might be forced. Yeah, it seems like it was. It was a one-on-one. Unfortunately, I'm trying to make my streams more, you know, fun, but it seems that it didn't quite work out. Sorry, Klaus. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, my pretty. It's sad, I know, Klaus. I'm so sorry. Oh well. I mean, you could have lost your points. So that's something to keep in mind.
So much in, well, living forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied, and memorized and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
You are allowed to cry in this stream.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Yes, you are allowed to cry. Christ, I definitely grew that before my eyes just now. It's definitely one of the most rewarding cutscenes in this entire game. And it is so utterly well earned. So weird, like we went from laughing at Xenos today to this, and in some respects, like that's just what Endwalker is. It's the constant moving from between different kinds of emotions. And you're absolutely right, Klaus. Like the big difference between Xenos and Urianger is that Urianger at someone was had someone that they loved and was being loved by someone. Oh, tribe, be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad am I to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have seemed far harder had I faced them alone. Moving on to Heather and Yarns. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I remain to aid them as they needed be. If thou art needed anywhere else, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Elise. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out in the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. God damn it. There should be a rule against so many emotional moments in a single expansion. I remember, like, it was like day 3 that I was doing this, that like we were in early access, and I remember getting across this quest and just, I needed a moment. Like, holy hell did I need a moment. And yet, I feel that is also the strength of this expansion in particular. It's like it is so rewarding to have all of these moments that have been simmering since 2.0 and to have them all slowly come together. And maybe only have 3 quests to go, so yeah. Tribe, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with those boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Yes. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get those to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. So try not to be too rough with them. Alphano should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Yeah, deliver the crate to Alphano. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task. If you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. What the hell is in these boxes? Also, we have not changed the minion in forever, and I just really love the black chocobo chick. Because my ult is a bit more grounded in reality than my main is. But yeah, we are getting very close to the end. I know that the next quest will actually be longer because there is a lot that will happen in the cutscene, so keep that in mind. Like, also we will hit the 5-hour mark, even though we only have 3 quests left. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful, you can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Ah, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. Also enjoy your burger, Klaus. You carried all of them at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look. And not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theo Paulden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Anyway, first things first. Also, there might be some foot traffic here because this is also the entrance to the raid. So keep that in mind. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlie and Heimlet, the series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Oh, thank you, I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment, you're Fortunault's children, are you not? Alpha and Alizé, at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite, I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's Nulits, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Please spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and realms of paperwork once for submission. You can't help by that. In exchange for the sorts of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. So how about you take each take one? Pleasure, I guess. Wait right here. You will find the forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost entrance. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alpha and Alizé. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Alright then. Not a bit, like after the stream last night I didn't sleep a lot. So, yeah. That did not help matters. There we go. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Yeah, we have the signed documentation for you, buddy. Theo Paulden's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your helping and seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum. And so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Indeed. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning at any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That's quite well enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the live your family name garners such respect to Charlene is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry back directly to those who came aboard the Nunkrumpf Hope, a lineage few can claim. Never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forefathers founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. It is why Nunkrumpf pronouncement renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Soir looked not into Nunkrumpf words, but deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of the founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his word well indeed. Archon Louis Soir lived by that personal creed. He used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louis Soir's deeds with the philosophy of the fair, their forebears and peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Also, thank you very much for the hydrated flowers. God knows Fortunato is a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day, and that's not an exaggeration slide. Thank you very much for the strange as well. You still have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was with a kind of dumbfounded grin. I had not seen him since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. Profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to the proper places. Or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak later. Ah yes, the cranky old goat that has a teeny tiny toy boat. Hail, you three! Graha, surely Cockle hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. Could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Tribe? Can you spare the time? I guess sure the fanboy can get some alone time with this hero. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Moving into one's forge, two more quests to go for today. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to an anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of fire aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Oh, look at that! Look at me! I'm a behemoth. Roar. God damn it! You can't even go around in Charlian without getting pickpocketed. When will the police arrive to talk so I can tell them of their heinous crime? I mean, sure, I guess. Like, it's not as if we're going to be doing the dungeon today, so you know that's next week. Because that's the 89 stuff. But you're allowed to go to be here for a bit, like, you know. It's still nice for you to be here, just so you can keep track of me. Ah. Promoted you to party leader. Oh, okay. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and justify your ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-expected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the ether core itself. Trust me. Can I ask you that you put down any that rolled near? That was little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Oh, over here. Gotcha. I think it was actually Stormblood, and during the fight at around Mount Ghoul that I was actually started doing this and like keeping the music on, because it is just really nice. It's just amazing to do while you're fighting. Any more? Yes, sir. Also, I'm assuming that there's like a gathering thing happening here right now. Yeah, there we go. Rare node indeed. Did everything go smoothly out here? Yes. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water heater appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I ought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Alpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of Elegant's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamont of course being the most prominent. Of those who will push further, expand Elegant's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist Ammon. Ah yes. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Esseans once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory though, what drove him to pursue the idea of such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xander's return, Amon provided those languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xander been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by those who around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in distant stars. Such is my theory anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequence of the actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Can I just say that I love that Kokol basically has a very nice Scottish accent? Oh. I mean, I don't think, Klaus, there's going to be any more targets at all, because the next one is the long cutscene. And let us use right now to acknowledge that I have been lazy with all of the additional modifiers that are attached to that singular cutscene that I've been warning people about for weeks now. In my defense, I've been doing a trickster run of Wrath of the Righteous, and it has been an absolute blast so far. Like, the thing with the trickster path is that you can get an additional origin if you want. So I am now I'm basically now I basically have a demon, both a demon and a snake origin. So I'm now a demon snake, or at least my ancestry is demon snakes. Also, the perception ability is really nice on the easier modes, where you can just paralyze an enemy for a few seconds, simply by walking into the room. Yeah, whoa! I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there isn't much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Funny you should mention that. Oh, hang on. This is the Aether Current quest. Guess what time it is, everyone? Yes, indeed, it is time for Aether Compasses. Because I thought that the next quest was going to be the Aether Current. Yes, we've got some free time. Southwest is first. I mean, Klaus, unless you want me to, like, send me to the different Aether Currents, in that case I would be more than happy to, oblige. Yeah, sure, let's taxi me. I mean, sure. I've got exactly one of them and I don't remember which one it even is, so... Hang on, I don't know how to feel about this. That is quite the whale. The first one is southwest of here. So we are going southwest. At least that's what it was when I pressed the compass. Should be somewhere around here. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, hang on. Back. So go back to the massive rock that we just flown past. Yeah, it's on the rock. Thank you. Let me go ahead and... How do I get out of here again? How do I get out of here again? There we go. That works. Alright, next one is... Where's Mr. Junior? The next one is... to the west. Ah, that works. The next one is 400 yards to the west. I will actually go ahead, Klaus, for your own sanity. I'll have the chat on, so that you can actually read what the compass detects. Which I think will be very useful for everyone involved. Okay, let me go and have a quick look here. Okay, we need 200 yalms more. So we are about halfway. In the meantime, keeping an eye out. Let me see. No, cannot execute it this time. You cannot use the compass while mounted. That's not it. I'll go ahead and have a look around here. 1 second. Okay, we need to go south. 120 yalms. So we need to go... It is somewhere in this area. I'm pretty certain about that much. Yeah, found it. It's on the ridge. It's right here. Yeah, thank you. Indeed, there it is. That is 3 done. 7 more to go. I really should have done this earlier. I really... Normally it's like the dungeon when that happens. 750 yalms to the northeast, so it's going to be quite a ride. But yeah, like I had forgotten, and this is like the only area that does away with doing the questing. That like does normally it's like the dungeon of the area, but this time around it isn't. For spoiler reasons, I believe. Yeah, it could very well be it. We can check. I mean, like, the quests themselves aren't too annoying. It's just, like, a few quests that all are close enough. Let me... hang on. Go ahead and see here. We still have 270 yalms to go to the north. So you are right about it. It's somewhere in that general vicinity. I'm in the meantime keeping an eye out. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and have a quick look around. I cannot dismount at the moment. Oops. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, there we go. I'm blind. Okay, that is 4. God, I remember getting taxied in the logs. Okay, we need to move around 500 north. I remember like getting taxied in the logs because one of them was so beyond annoying that I couldn't even be bothered. The worst part is normally I just kind of grab them as we go along. It's just that for some reason I decided not to do that this time around. I mean, I can check the pass, but I doubt it will be on the place that we... Yeah, a bit further. Like I said, I have chat on, so you can see it from here. I mean, that is not necessarily what I'm looking for. Ah, found it. It's a windmill. It's like right in front of the windmill. There we go. Oh, hang on. You there we go. And that leaves us... We are halfway done, so we've got 5 more to go. Next up is 200-ish to the west. There's no lanes. Oh, nice! That's actually really nice that it's working for you. Let me see here. Yeah, it's on top of the ridge. Close to the center Prabasa. Thank you. Like the 4 quests themselves won't be too long, so we might as well go and do them today. Okay, next up, 4 more. It's to the northwest. Which I believe the rest of them will all be in the outer and medial circuit. Yep, it's on top of the building. It's actually kind of amazing how close you get, even though you have to base it based off of my instructions. Southwest we go, 300 yalms, which is... Southwest, hang on. Oh, that actually is still the central circuit. I thought that we had all of them by now. Huh. Let me see here. Let me do a quick look. Okay, we need south. Around 130 yalms, which I know doesn't tell me anything personally, but I have never learned how the system works. Let me see. Let me check here. It's northwest this time around. Where could it be? It's northwest. Oh, oh, there we go. It's in the incline. Found it. Yep. Okay, next up is very far to the east. Oh, target is not in range. Oops. There we go. It's going to be a while before we hit our destination. But we only have 2 more to go. So that helps a lot. Oh yeah, wait, hang on. I know. You have to do this first. Yeah, around 300 to the south. Yeah, southeast, hang on, I think I can walk this. Let me see here. It could actually be in the waterfall. Wouldn't actually surprise me, to be honest. 18 northeast. Ah, found it. Gotcha. And the final one is southeast. Also, I have accidentally echoed the cockerel. That one might actually be in the caves now that I think about it. How does a whale go through? You know what? I'm not even questioning it. I'm just accepting it as part of everything. Hang on, wasn't there a point at which I went like, oh yeah, I should probably grab that one? 200 to the southwest. I distinctly remember me going at some point during the stream going like, oh yeah, I should probably grab that one, then I never bothered to grab it. Could be the other tunnel in that case. Yeah, found it. It's the ridge to the right. And now all we need to do is 4 quests real fast. Which luckily for us are all marked on the map. So that if you could kindly write me to what's it called again? Oh, no, hang on. First one is at the agronomics, which is to the. Anyway, here you go. It's the only place that doesn't like have an that does not have an Aetheryte attached to it. So that's like the only reason I'm quickly asking for your help in this. There we go. So that, yeah, that is actually very fair. Anyway, oh yeah, Lost Little Troll, which is the start of the. I get the feeling that this quest is at some point going to. I'm not certain what your will is doing, but it's having a wonderful time. Let me just quickly grab all 3 quests all at once, because I might as well now that I have access to them. Hi MB, how you doing? We are actually doing the final Aetheryte questing before the final quest today. There we go. Next up is the lad. Oh yeah, I hope you're doing well, MB. Also, yeah, Klaus has been ferrying me between the different places. And just to be 100% certain in the check, there we go. The compass does not detect any nearby. Just 5 minutes before logging, nice. Also, Klaus is halfway through forcing me into a tracksuit stream, so, you know, if you want to be first, you know what to do. I don't know why you can trade with me. Try again. I mean, I'm. This is a normal account, so it's not as if you cannot. There we go. Oh, because I ran away. Have some loaves. Thank you? Trouser hanger. I mean, I don't have anything. I mean, sure, I guess. Anyway, let's go to quickly do the final quest. Okay, so now bringing random housing there. Oh, nice. Well, you really should get yourself an EU account, because I actually have a house on that account, so you should get yourself an EU character at some point. Invitation window and a wall. How do they, where do they keep the roof? Like, is it just like in their pocket, just happily sitting there? Like, hello. I don't even know how that would even work, to be perfectly honest. Yes, exactly, MB. The retainers are very magical beings indeed. Oh, pray, hang on. Apologies. I cannot type today. I think so too, Claros. I think so too. There we go. Hi, Jerber. How you doing today? Hope you're having fun. We are actually in the last set before we start the last quest of today. Which is a long one, so it's not as if you came here 5 minutes before the end. We are basically getting the last EVE occurrence. And I see you're enjoying Tribe Gem already. Yes, thank you to... very big thank you to the person that made that. Good today. Nice. Good to hear. It's been lovely here as well the past few days. Actually went into we actually had Monument Day today in Europe or in the Netherlands, so I could I spent my day today going into a few different monuments that are normally not open for the public, which was a really nice change of pace. Like, it's really nice to see like how they managed to keep all of these old details into the houses and the different other places that I visited. Like, one of them was like a place to hold water. It is a lovely 19 degrees Celsius at the moment. A very lovely and very nice 19 degrees. It is deeply pleasant. And it's only going to become even more pleasant as autumn has officially arrived. Yep, Claros helped me with getting the EVE right because I was lazy. I mean, MB, everyone in this stream is a cutie. All of you are good beans, and I will not take no for an answer. Like, every single one of you are. I mean, MB, it would be an even... It would be an even better beam with a tracksuit, but I already know that you're going to grab yourself on at some point, so I'm not going to talk about it so much. Now, over here, autumn has started, so it's going to be cold. It's going to become colder. It's going to start raining, and it's going to... yeah, it's going to be a bit windy, but that's okay. Also, very soon, the Dutch championships for cycling into the wind will soon be happening again. Once it's storming outside. Where's the other one? There's the other one. But yeah, hope you're going to be enjoying yourself, Jebbe, because I know that you've just had a vacation. So, yeah. Yeah, we're almost done with EVE right hunting, MB, and thank you for the lurking. I mean, I think we always our vacations were longer. Anyway, next up is... Claros, could I kindly use you again as my personal taxi? Since, you know, you're in the neighborhood. So sorry, Claros. I mean, Carlos, over here, buddy. Follow the map. Follow the point on your map. If you could kindly point me towards the... I will never get used to that. I will never get used to the well. So, I'll just... There we go. But yeah, as for me, I also unfortunately had to, I got like a little card that was someone who basically told me that, you know, they had moved everything and it was for the person that lived before me here. So I had the unfortunate honor of telling them that their friend had died. That was not a fun phone call that I needed to make. It's right here actually. Needs in the grotto, please. I'll pay you for it as well. But yeah, that was not a fun conversation that I had to have just before stream started. But the woman at the other end of the line was like very grateful that I at the very least, you know, made the effort to call her and let her know. you. So yeah, that, like I said, was not a fun call to make. Thank you. Oh wait, hang on. Oi! Damn it, Klaus. Alright. I see Klaus is having fun himself. But yeah, it's actually in the strange twist of fate today. I actually also one of the monuments that I entered is like this old 17th century home. That's now like a place where people can say their final goodbyes to their loved ones. So what I'm saying here is that death is haunting me today. And I'm not certain if that's a good thing or not. I mean, that's one way to look at it, Jabber. That's genuinely one way to look at it. Yeah, like last night, for those of you who weren't here last night, we actually I actually did a late night stream for the Americans, so that, you know, the Americans could also enjoy some of my lovely voice. We actually did talk for a bit about like ideologies and like religion, and about like how capitalism is like considered to be. You can talk about capitalism being a sort of religion at this point, with how it has a lot of the same characteristics. I think you can talk about like the acceptance of death could also be considered something like that. Like, it's sort of like the question of why do we accept death as a concept when we also are getting to a medical level where that might not necessarily be anymore be the end station anymore, so to speak, or at least not for the time period that we've had so far. And how would such a life even look like? Like, let's say that tomorrow a medicine was created, a pill was created that with no side effects that would make me live 1,000 years. Like, what would the changes even be? Like, how would that even look? Ignoring that from like falling or being an idiot with kitchen appliances, of course. But like, what would such a life even look like? And like, how would you even experience that? Like, would your 900th year be over in the blink of an eye versus, say, your 90th year or your 9th year? Or what if we like hit a point with humanity where we are technically we can technically no longer die, apart from, once again, utter idiotic stunts that deserve to get a Darwin Award. Like, how would one even, what would the life of someone like that even look like? Oh, it's right. God damn it. That's kind of the thing, isn't it? Like, we can't know that because we don't really have that experience. There's actually a really good episode of Black Mirror called, I believe it's called White Christmas. Let me actually check it real fast. That actually deals with this concept. Yes, White Christmas, which is an episode that basically someone is tortured for 1,000 years by having Last Christmas, by basically having to listen to 1,000 years of Wham's Last Christmas. And obviously there's more to the story, but that's sort of like for the part that's relevant to the conversation. You know? Like, we humans are very good, because that's the thing is, let's say hypothetically you're right, that we would be going mad. That would still not stop people from using it as punishment. Which is kind of the terrifying part about this entire thing, is like, And it's the same with something like the Sleepy Beauty problem that we've had in Zero Escape as well, where like the question is like, how would you even know how long you... Let's say that someone puts you in artificial sleep. How would you even know how long it would have been? Okay, there we go. So we have one more quest to go. Which is in... Yeah, let's go to Charlie Hamlet. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're both about equally far away from one another, so... Thank you, Claris, for stopping me of making a terrible, horrendously terrible mistake. Yeah, they're both equal. Yeah, they are equidistant. Oh, that's actually really nice, Klaus. Ah, yes, here we are, indeed. But I think it might be that, like, with parties you can still do it, but, like, outside of parties they can't anymore? I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but still. But yeah, also, if you haven't yet watched last night's stream, I fully recommend watching the Kerbal Space Program part of it. Because it was a riot. Like, it was... I managed to make a sick person better with the Kerbal Space Program part of yesterday's stream. Or last night's stream. So... That's my... I normally don't like to promote myself on my own streams, but in this case, apparently, the Kerbal Space Program part of last night's stream was a riot. So I distinctly recommend it. I distinctly recommend that you watch that after we're done with this stream. Which feels just very weird to be sitting here and being like, ah yes, I recommend myself for tonight's entertainment. I will make I'll see if I can make a highlight complication tonight or tomorrow, as well. Like this, like I did with Disco Elysium's stream as well, where we took a look at all the ways that the main character is loses his will to live in the first stream. But still, Klaus, it's good to know that I guess they haven't really fixed the problem yet. Anyway, got one more quest to go. Bonds of Adamantite. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do. Only... I hate waiting! I want an Adamantite, and I want it now! Share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can do assist with in the meantime? I wish. The sitting about is unbearable. Pity their forums frowns on recreational explosions. Well, as long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get your gun. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose you should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. How about you in the Charlie and Hamlet Anon? I wonder what kinds of boom explosions he will be making. Also, here's a fun fact. The stream in 2 weeks has but one single word as the stream title. It's going to be called Endwalker. I'll let you figure out what we're going to be doing there. And next week is Stars and Suppression. Unless someone else comes with a good, alliterative, appealing name with an S in it.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. And a hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlia. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message.
So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that Said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
That is by far the longest cutscene of today, which says something. But goddamn, here's the thing: if you finish up all the it's snowing here, seriously? Oh well, anyway, if you finish up all the questing here, then the harbor will be like literally filled to the brim with people. Also, someone else is starting a journey as well. Yes, oh absolutely, that's absolutely the boss team they here at that point. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aphoria when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she should hold, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need be doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Thank you very about the thing. No, I'm not, Klaus. Like I said, the way that that everything is structured is that we basically do a level stream, and the 88 is already like 5 hours. Like we've been at this for 4.5. We're probably going to hit 5 hours. Adding the dungeon and trial to that would add another hour on top of that, at least easily another hour to 90 minutes. And my voice, like I still have a stream to do tomorrow, so my voice also needs some rest in between streams. Thank you, Totoro. We're off to Aphoria then. Like I'm even starting to hear it in my own voice that it's starting to slowly hurt. So also I still need to cook today, and that alone is going to take at least an hour. My apologies. But next, I promise you, next week we will start with the trial and dungeon. But yeah, even my own voice is starting to slowly but steadily mess up, which I'm so sorry for that, but that's just the way the streams work, is that we do one level at a stream. Right, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarien. She has the keys to the lift and can send you down with me. Alright then. So yeah, my apologies, but that's just kind of the way it all works. But still, we had a lot has happened in the past 5 fucking hours. Like this is I believe this is the longest questline in the game in its entirety. Like, wow. Let's just set this up. But yeah, next week 4 PM my time is when we start the dungeon and trial. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most guarded secrets, Homazine. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. I distinctly remember saying to myself when I first entered Labyrinthos that we would go into this building at some point. And we are. Also, I'll be honest, I still have nightmares of like the trial EX of this place, so I think I'm going to need a week just to prepare myself for that. Also, remember that this entire journey started with us on a carriage in a forest. Like, that's how this entire journey began. So yeah, now we're having literal spaceships. I bid you welcome to Falmazane. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall attach it soon enough. I have received word from Cockle, and several of your allies are still working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Next week, her children, one and all, begins.